The February 3rd, 2026 executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canali, Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton,
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza,
Here.
Councilwoman Walker,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Councilwoman White, and Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. We have one item on the agenda today. That item is item number 1, inclement weather update regarding road conditions, all council districts requested by the Memphis City Council. Council members, if you will please enter the queue in the chat if you would like to be recognized after the update. Director Morgan, the floor is in your hands.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and good morning, all. So Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. I'm going to share my screen real quick for a brief update and some stats. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so just a quick kind of update and recap of this event. So our priority-based winter operations plan, we began January 21st. We pre-treated with our brine solution for 3 days, began salt and plow operations on the 3rd shift, which is our 11 p.m. shift at night, as accumulation started to, fall on the roadways. So precipitation started to accumulate on the roadways. So we developed for this event a primary, secondary, and tertiary routes that is on a map on the next page. This included, based on emergency routes, high traffic volume, connectivity to hospitals, warming centers, and interstates that were all kind of planned out through this event. We also worked with MATA on their select routes that they reestablished middle of next week or middle of last week, 6 fire stations, and then 201 Poplar and the Juvenile Detention Center. As a reminder, we talked about this before, our plan is to ensure we have at least 1 lane open in each direction. That way we can deploy resources to other areas. We had 16 salt trucks, 15 plows, which included 6 contractor plows. And then as the week went on last week, and we got into those warmer temperatures, especially on January 29th, we worked with some additional contractors that were out throughout the city and brought those on available as they were available to hit on the tertiary routes, the 3rd tier routes that we developed. So, all right. So this is the map. What's online is the primary and secondary. So I know there's a lot going on here, but as reminders, city's 320 square miles. We have 6,800 lane miles of street. The red is primary. Those are the initial routes that we hit, your major roadways that are, linked to interstates that help move the mass majority of citizens safely. Secondary routes are the ones in green, and then the tertiary routes, which is the 3rd level, are the ones in blue. So those are, still major thoroughfares, but providing a lot more options for connectivity, and some of these, start getting towards, and into neighborhoods now, not treating neighborhood streets, but larger streets that are going into neighborhoods. And then the purple is your MATA select routes that were identified that we connected up with our routes to ensure they had service. And then the warming centers and hospitals are also noted on this map. So all in all, you almost have about 700 lane miles for these 3 routes which were identified, that we were able to treat in about a week. So here's the totals for this event, about 46,000 gallons of brine, 1,800 lane miles treated. And you'll note that, total lane miles for those three routes is about 700 miles. We treated about 1,800 because as the event, started with all the accumulation and the refreeze, a lot of routes were treated multiple times. And so we count all that. And then 2,500 tons of salt. And then the man hours, the public works man hours, and our contractors over 4,500 hours in a week's work time. So just kind of a summary. I mean, this was a historic event for Memphis, up to 6 inches of snow and sleet. We all know that the salt begins to be less effective at less than 15, and plowing ice is generally ineffective. So once we got all that sleet accumulation, and it was allowed to just kind of sit and pack together, it pretty much formed a block of ice. And unless the roadways are treated with salt to start getting some of that melting action, it makes it very difficult. So currently, all of the primary, secondary, and tertiary routes are pretty much completely clear. I mean, as y'all know, you've been, I'm sure, out and seen your neighborhoods, smaller residential streets still have some accumulation, but a lot of the ruts where people have been driving have, started to see asphalt. And then with the warming weather and the rain today, that'll make traveling a lot easier as it, kind of turns slushy. I know, there are some frustrations that we can't get to all the routes, or all the streets in Memphis. And I understand that, but it was a challenging event, a lot different event than what it was last year, where we just had all snow and, we were able to treat the primary and secondary. And then within, 2 days, it was pretty much gone. It's, it stays kind of fluffy and you can drive on it, but the ice was definitely challenging. But public works crews, along with, all the other divisions that assisted, GS Parks, MPD, MFD, all did, a great job, treating all these streets and making sure, community centers and warming centers and things like that were able to serve the public. And one last thing, there's a, note here from the Weather Service. This is the highest ranked length of time where Memphis has had more than 3 inches of snow on the ground, in consecutive days. So more than 6 days. So that just kind of tells you that with the extreme temperatures, that's the stuff that just accumulated on the roadways that we weren't able to get to, just did not go away. So, and Chairwoman, that's my update.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Morgan, we have a question from Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Green, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. I appreciate you getting this to us, and I see that this presentation will be sent to all of us so that we can share it with our constituents. As it goes to the, top 3 areas that you are doing, I mean, obviously you're cleaning poplar, et cetera. I'm wondering, is there a priority around our schools? So for example, I live on Massey, and there's 2 private schools that are back up to my street. Ridgeway is a lot more clear, but are we prioritizing the streets that have schools on them as well?
Yes and no, not all of them. I mean, I think Chief Adams had discussions with the school district, but they also have their own plowing contractor that, was kind of, I think, redeployed Friday over the weekend to help start clearing, parking lots and things like that. But from a mass getting every street cleared to schools, no, but we did hit a lot of them.
So I guess my suggestion, it sounds like their plowing is for parking lots. So, look, I'm a mom, I got 3 kids. I got 2 in public schools, 1 in private school. And the private school went back today, but the roads around that school were bad. Public schools are still closed. I'm just wondering, as we move forward, this is the thing that keeps a lot of people at home. This is the thing, because if the kids can't be in school, then the parents can't be at work. If we can work more closely with the schools on making sure that our routes are clear. You know, Ridgeway Middle's over here on Quince. I'm sure you're already hitting some of those roads, but if there are places and spaces that are not getting hit, can that be in our tertiary, you know, priorities? So I'm just putting that out there for you so that we can have some conversations moving forward to make this more efficient, especially for kids and parents to get back into schools, because we hate this loss of learning. We hate the loss that is happening to our productivity in the city as well. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am,
Chief
completely
Adams.
understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chief
I was just
Adams is
gonna
also
add,
on the queue.
yeah, I was just gonna
I don't know
add,
if he wanted to address it.
Councilwoman, I appreciate that. And, you know, we can discuss that. I just think, while we can hit a lot of the major roads around those schools, you know, and try to build some capacity in to still, you know, the residential in the neighborhoods where your school buses are going. We won't be able to get back in there to, you know, to get all the kids to the school.
So,
I think
and that's
a
part
major
of what
safety
we could have
concern.
that conversation with the schools on. My husband is from up north and they had alternative pickup spots when there were snow days, and those pickup spots were on the main roads. So again, if we can get you to Ridgeway or to Quince, you might have to walk there and leave early, but instead of being picked up at your residential corner. We need to be having these conversations so the schools know what streets we have cleared to see if they can get kids there. But that's what they do in other parts of the world. They do have more plows. I know a lot of people have been talking about that, but there are other things they've done too, which is, for example, have alternative snow routes. And I think that that's something we could have a conversation about if both the city of Memphis and the Shelby County School District are having a conversation around what do we need and do during snow days. I yield, Chair.
Thank you. Chief Adams, did you want to add something to that? I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So Director Morgan is correct. I did have conversations with the schools and their facility staff as they begin to deploy their staff and their team. My request to them is to extend out maybe a block or two around the school, and we could then meet them at the main collector. Uh, Unfortunately, they were constrained with resources, so they could not, and we were as well. I would say this: we understand and echo that same concern, Councilwoman Green, as many of the bus routes are the same routes that we have to traverse to pick up trash, and so that also impacts our service. Then, most importantly, those are the neighborhoods that people have to get out to go to work. It was important for us to open up the roadways so that we can continue to operate around the city. And so with that, from a lessons learned, we will then engage the schools more proactively so that they, one, can respond a lot sooner so that we can meet them at the main collector. And then, of course, it helps to open up the entire neighborhood. So we'll work together. Also, we'll bring Shelby County to the table as well, so they can help us as well.
Thank you, Chief. We have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the queue, and then
Thank you,
Dr. Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members. It's good to see everyone. My concerns were exactly the same. I reached out to the Shelby County side a couple days ago and had a very long and heartfelt conversation on collaborating and how we have not done that very well. This is not our first rodeo with this bad weather. This probably will not be our last rodeo with this weather and things that are happening across the globe and what we're seeing. However, collaboration is very, very important. When I did contact the person on the county side, they were very kind of shocked because in these situations, and I'm just saying because I'm learning as well. But in these situations, Shelby County, Memphis sits in Shelby County. And I'm sure that I did find out that they don't have a very large public work maintenance department. However, there should have been all type of collaboration because we all are affected. I understand that Memphis is not um as far as she said, as far as the individual, she said to me how it's prioritized. But however, the collaboration has been very poor. And let's just be honest. I'm sure we have, I heard Chief Adams, and we thank all of the hard work that has been put forth thus far. But we're going to have to learn as a government body, this is not a separation. This is unity and us working together. We always hear I work on the other side and this side. And, I'm new to the game. And some of you all are true to the game. But however, it takes just a little bit more us getting out of ourselves and putting a lot of things aside and working together. My prayers, both of our mayors come together when we are in situations like this and collaborate and talk, and we all sit at the table, that it can be better for each and every one of our citizens around Shelby County, that we can navigate through this a little bit better with heartfelt, because this is just not about us and our personal agendas. It's about this entire city. I yield. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Dr. Warren, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that if you look at the slides that we saw, you can see this is the worst weather that we've ever recorded with the National Weather Service. And someone asked me, how come we don't have more than 16 plows or whatever? And I said, well, we could probably buy 50 plows and hire people that can use them and keep them on payroll for 10 years and use them once a week every 10 years, and we could get the streets clean. So, I mean, some of this is just, global climate change. And, we cannot, meet every emergency and have everything perfect when we just don't have the resources to do that. So I really appreciate the planning that went on, how emergency people could get to where they needed to be, how we got our homeless housed, how we didn't have a ton of deaths in this, which could easily have happened with this horrible weather. I was able to get to work every day I needed to go to work in the hospital. The hospitals function, emergency services function. The problem with schools is, since we've got a Memphis Shelby County schools, they can't open the schools until every school can be open. That means all those county roads that go to Bolton have got to be available to run. Means all of our small roads that have got to be available for kids to walk on. And as a community, we are not a northern community, so we do not source that and we don't fund that. So as much as we're frustrated with it, I really think that we did a heck of a job with the resources we have. And, we need to be like letting people know this is, not something that we're going to see every day. And if we start having one of these twice a year or once a year, then we're going to have to gear up for it. But I don't, if you look here on this map that we got out, the last thing we had like this was in 1988. So that's a long time, that's 40 years, 45 years, 47 years, that we've got this thing that came about. So do we really want to spend a lot of money for something that happens every 47 years? I don't think so. And I think, one of the things we have to do is, when our team has done a good job with the resources we have, we got to say, well done. And so my comment is, I think we did really well with what we had. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield.
Thank you for that. We do have to celebrate the wins. All right. Director Davis, if you're on the line, if you will please update us, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Philip Davis, Always Director, 125 North Main. So yeah, we did suspend service, and service has been suspended. I'm looking at a calendar since January 24th. Some Friday customers were scheduled because of the MLK holiday, were delayed to that Saturday, and that service was suspended. And we've suspended services for 7 business days now. Today's the 7th. to Director Morgan's point, I mean, this has been an unprecedented accumulation of ice. The ice in the right of way, not just on the streets, but between the curb and edge of the sidewalk where people put their carts. That's where our employees walk behind the truck. I mean, we have a manual collection system because of the amount of outside the cart waste that we allow, and because of that, we use rear loader compactor type garbage trucks, and we collect it by hand. Walking those routes, those routes are about 7 to 8 miles long each, and putting folks out on the streets during this would have been very hazardous to those employees. Not to mention, starting over the weekend, I did get a lot of start getting phone calls from neighborhood leaders asking about resumption of services and their concern for their constituents being able to put the carts out at the curb safely. So we are seeing some weather. I'm looking out the window. We're seeing some weather right now. This rain hopefully is going to knock down a lot of this ice. And our plans right now are to report and make a go of it tomorrow. Again, we're going to evaluate conditions and make sure that we resume services when it is safe. But our plan right now is to start Wednesday customers on Wednesday.
Thank you, Director. Councilwoman Walker, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Davis, my question is dealing with the one-armed bandit. And can you take a brief moment to tell everybody what that is? Because I know you'll do a much better job than me, and then I'll move forward with my question.
Yes, ma'am. So that is what you're describing is a term for a fully automated truck. That's the truck that has the arm that extends out the side and grabs the cart and then flips it over the top of the truck into it. That is a fully automated garbage truck that you're describing.
Okay, thank you for that. So the new trucks we have, do they have the one-armed bandit? And as you all work to catch up, will you be using the trucks with the one-armed bandit more so? Is that an option?
No, ma'am. Right now, that is not the plan, and it's because of our service delivery model. We allow too much outside the cart waste, uncontained waste, and that renders a one-armed bandit truck ineffective. I'd be driving down the street, emptying carts and leaving bags, and that is not. That's just not the service delivery model that we offer currently. We'd have to go to fully containerized service and eliminate outside the cart collection in order to make an automated truck reasonable in our system.
Okay, is that something that we should want to explore in the future?
The industry is driving that way. It certainly is more efficient to have containerized collection only. And it also reduces on-the-job injuries as well. And a lot of the big hauling companies nationwide are going to fully automated, containerized only collection. I do think that would reduce litter, reduce blight, because things would be in a cart. But that is a behavior change that would be a very substantial behavior change for our community.
Okay, thank you, Director Davis. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
All right. Councilman Spinoza, did you want to say anything?
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. I thought I pushed Q and then for some reason it auto-corrected the A. Thank you for recognizing the A as a Q. But great questions there, Councilwoman Walker. Yeah, to me, and I want to thank Scott. I want to thank Philip. I want to thank everybody. Look, I talk to Scott every day throughout this. I was getting calls. I was bugging him. I drove downtown today. the precipitation was different. I think we did do a great job, but I think there's always room for improvement as well. So yeah, I think we need to celebrate the way it was handled, celebrate the way the citizens handled this. MLGW, great job. So I'm staying positive, but a couple of things like the automated trash pickup, right? The solid waste collection with the one-armed bandit. Scott, was there anything specific in a perfect world that you wish you would have had in the middle of all this? And I'm asking myself that question too. I'm not saying that we're going to change the world here the next 2 years that we're on the council working together, but I plan on running and winning again. So that'll give me 6 years down here. I would love to be a part of implementing something. And I fully expect us, I'm asking Scott and Philip and Antonio and all of us to get back together again and maybe have 1, 2, or 3 things that came out of this that we could do better. Or just looking forward and seeing, if it's again the automated one-armed bandit solid waste collection, if that's a process that we know we need to change, then we could maybe start that, right? That would have helped. So I'll leave that there.
All
And
right.
thank
and
you all. Great job. Yep.
Thank you, Councilman. Chief Adams, would you like to share something with us?
Yes, ma'am. So post-event, we plan, the administration, members in the administration plan to get together to do what I call is a lessons learned or after event debrief to kind of talk about what was successful, what resources we had, what we could do differently, and what were our blind spots. One thing that I charge the team to do is not let perfection paralyze any decision or any action. Right now, we can always pivot based on circumstances. And I think the pivots that we made were good pivots. I think that we can always do better, and we will strive to do better and continuously improve. One of the things that we do have to consider is the nature of the weather. The nature of the weather does dictate a lot of our responses. We did run to failures in some respects, but then in many respects, we were prepared, ready to go. A lot of comments out there that were not necessarily true, and we were able to dispel those rumors. But I will say this, I appreciate all the support that you guys have given us. You as a body, individually, you've called to just say, hey, good job. You guys are doing you guys are doing great. When we were not doing great, you didn't yell at us. You just gave us opportunities to improve. So I definitely appreciate all of the support. We will come back to you what we saw as our blind spots, but then most importantly, we will engage you as well as to some of those things that we can do better as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's a fantastic way to end our meeting this morning. Thank you all for all of your support. We appreciate you. All right. There are no more council members in the queue. So this concludes our executive session meeting. Thank you. We will now transition to our Memphis Light, Gas, and Water.
Thank you all.
February 3rd, 2026, and the time is 11:06 a.m. I hereby call the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee to order. Ms. Smith, may we please have roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Ford Senior.
Present.
Councilwoman Green,
Present.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilman Smiley,
I'm here virtually.
Councilman Spinoza,
I'm here virtually, just like JB.
Chairwoman Swearengin Washington, Councilman Dr. Warren,
Present.
Chair Walker. Did I miss anybody or
Present.
sounds good? I'm going to
Okay,
share my
thank you for
screen now.
that. Okay, thank you for that. And we have one item on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a discussion of the MLGW fiscal consent agenda, all council districts requested by Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. President McGowan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doug McGowan, Memphis Light, Gas and Water, 220 South Main. Today, we have several items on the agenda totaling $2.2 million, bringing our total amount to $17 million for this year. If we go to the next slide. The first item is consideration of $227,000. This is for our community care funds. We could flip the slide to the next one. Next one, sorry. Go to slide 4, Allison. There we go. $227,000 for utility assistance. Annually, TVA provides MLGW with funding to help our customers who need some assistance paying their bills. That is predicated on MLGW matching that. This year, the amount is $227,000 being provided. MLGW matches that, and we provide that funding to Neighborhood Christian Centers, who administers the same funds that the City Council gives us for utility assistance. So this is a force multiplier for us to help as many customers as we possibly can. The next slide is for a data historian replacement. This is not a person, but a software system. This is a 5-year agreement. This is for our System Operations Center. For many of you who've been out there on Covington Pike, where we have our water, gas, and operations system operators, all of that data needs to be backed up and stored. And this data historian is the thing that stores all of the data, historic data about the performance of our electric, gas, and water systems, so that we can go back and assess, should we ever need to, what occurred with any kind of an outage or any kind of anomaly. Next slide is for Quest Toad software licenses. It's a funny name in the amount of $461,000, but this is for our information service system. This is kind of an aggregator of opportunity for our software engineers so they can extract data from the many, many databases that we had, and we can also automate the jobs that we have to make sure that the code works together and we don't cause any unnecessary problems in all the software systems. So this is kind of an enabler for our software engineers to make sure that they can create the processes that we need to run the organization, to pull critical data for our teams. Next slide is for janitorial services in the amount of $360,000. This is a renewal, the 4th renewal for 1 year. For Mason's professional cleaning service, we have janitorial needs to serve many of our facilities at MLGW, and Mason's does a great job for us. This just extends their current contract for 1 year. The next slide is for on-call consulting services. This is a 2-year contract with Allen and Holshall. This is not for our utility systems, but this is for our buildings that we have in MLGW and our other facilities, the grounds and those kinds of things. So our shared services division uses Allen and Holshall for engineering services for things like improvements to our buildings when we need to integrate new systems, or upgrades to buildings when we need to replace things that have failed, should there be any problems with the concrete, any problems with the electrical or the HVAC systems. We use these engineers to help us design our buildings for retrofit of any upgrades that we need to make. Those are the items that we have today, subject to your questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from anyone? I don't see anyone in the queue. Okay, Councilwoman Green, you have the floor.
I just wanted to say thank you. As we have had some struggles during this winter storm, what has not been a struggle is most everybody keeping their power. I'm really grateful. I just want to say great work to the MLGW team. I know that we're having to deal with a few water break issues, but I just wanted to say good job to you and to your team. And I know that you released some of them to go help Nashville, and that's really great too. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Councilman Spinoza, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm going to repeat what Jerry said. President McGowan, thank you. I think it's important for us to recognize the good stuff, and she really said it all, but it's just unbelievable, really, considering where we were a decade ago. Humbly, when I was on the council, and where we are today. And thank you, sir. Thank you to everybody over there for everything you've done. Thanks to the council as well for supporting you and everything you've done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, President McGowan, for you and your team actually doing your job and doing it very well. Thank you for the communication, sending it out that we were able in some capacity to share the information that you all were sharing on your communication side, to share with our constituents with a lot of questions and concerns. Thank you for addressing some simple things that I personally sent to you, and you eagerly taking care of them for the constituents here. I know sometimes it doesn't look like things are moving in a trajectory where we think it should, but I want to say thank you for answering every simple question that may be simple to some people, but as a learning curve and me asking and really doing a deep dive, trying to truly understand it, we get enough backlash, even from me sometimes. I can admit to that and confess to that. But thank you for being very consistent and committed to making sure that I understand and making sure that I'm able to share it with our constituents. This has been the most transparent council, and our dialogue has been very open and willing to share and not trying to put things on the back burner and hide. If we don't know, we just don't know. So thank you for doing your job and being committed to it, and your team. As far as constituents with high light bills and your team, just give a shout out to them, working with them behind the scene. And I wanted to openly say thank you for your team, Tim Davis and their team, really being on top of it, making sure that the constituents understand the lingo sometimes, which is kind of hard for our constituents, and especially the constituents that I serve in the district that we serve. So thank you for that. And again, just a huge shout out to Tim Davis and his team in the communication and your communication team. So thank you again, President McGowan.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair, do you mind if I have just a couple of moments for a couple of comments? Would you mind?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for your support for today for the consent agenda items. I do want to mention just a few things with respect to the storm, because I think it's important. Number one, we do feel for our friends in Mississippi and Nashville who were deeply impacted with ice. We were fortunate that we did not get impacted with ice. I think it is a testament to the improvements that we've made over the past that you've referenced. We used to hear the wind blows and the power goes out. That's no longer the case. But if we had been impacted by the ice like Nashville was, make no mistake, we would have had some outages, because that is very difficult to recover from. It's just a fact when you have inches of ice that it's just going to break things. So we're fortunate. We were prepared. We had more than 50 contracted external electric crews standing by and pre-positioned on Friday before that storm hit. So we would have been able to respond quickly. And we had our 75 tree crews on standby. So preparation was important. We're fortunate. On the water side, I do want to call out that we had some deeply cold and persistent temperatures causing our team. We have responded to, since last Saturday, more than 120 water main breaks, 30 burst fire protection systems, and more than 1,100 calls for service to residents and businesses for people who had suffered broken pipes. So our team was working 24/7 to respond out there to make sure that we took care of that. And the important thing is that while some customers may have lost water temporarily while we shut that water off to fix the break, we did not suffer any loss of pressure across the system, nor do we have any long-term outages of water. Our water quality did not suffer, and our team did a really good job. So I want to give a shout out to the water team specifically. Now, I also appreciate and will pass on to our team the recognition and applause for the work that they did. But I do also want to say in full transparency with everybody and set the conditions here that we had historically cold temperatures that persisted for a very long time. And the good news is that we were very proud to be able to provide the utilities that our customers needed to stay warm and to be able to live throughout that very, very difficult period. But with that very cold temperature for a very long time comes higher consumption. People needed to have their heaters on for a longer period of time to overcome that very cold temperature. And so with a higher rate of consumption, we all know that means a higher bill is coming. And so I just want to let you all know that your constituents, and for all of us, we should all expect when you use more than you did compared to this point last year, your bill will be higher because we all consumed a lot more gas. For perspective, nationally, this was the third highest level of natural gas consumption on record. For us here, it was also a very historic high rate of natural gas consumption, which we use to heat our homes. So I just want to let everybody know that ahead of time, before the February bills come, there will be a little sticker shock because we all used a heck of a lot more gas and a lot more electricity. For our customers, and thank you for saying this, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, for our customers who think that is going to be a challenge, I recommend you do not wait. Please call our team now and say, if it's going to be higher, I might need a payment arrangement. I might need some other arrangements, and our team would be happy to help you with that. If you think you need some assistance, our team would help you with that. I also want to present the fact that during this very deeply cold temperature, we do not cut customers off because of the threat to life and limb. That does not mean that those customers are not consuming electricity or gas. And I want to remind everybody that we are now at the point where we have almost 7,000 customers who would have already received or would have been cut off, but were not because we held off on those cutoffs because of the deeply cold temperatures. I also want to encourage all of those customers, please do not delay and wait for the temperatures to warm up and then a cutoff notice to be issued before you contact us. Call us now. Let us work with you so that you're not at risk of being cut off. There is a tendency when we're not cutting off due to cold temperatures to kick the can down the road. We want to help all of our customers. So I'm letting all the council members know so you can tell your constituents, you should call MLGW if you think there's going to be a challenge, if you think it's going to be tough for you to make that bill, if you've already been given a cutoff notice and you know it's just waiting for the temperature to warm up for us to take action on that, please call us so we can help you. Yes, our team has done a wonderful job. The downside of that very cold temperature is that we all used a heck of a lot more energy and a lot more gas, and that comes with a little higher bill. So in full transparency, I don't want there to be any surprises out there. Just want to let everybody know that that's what we should expect. So thank you all. That concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for those wonderful comments and update. And that's what I was going to say. Did anyone else have anything on that? And so I'd like to recognize our Chairwoman, Swearengin Washington. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. Could you reiterate, President McGowan, that MLGW is not calling to the customers?
Yes. So MLGW has a notification system. You may get a text message that says your bill is coming due. You may get an email saying your bill is coming due. But what you will never get from MLGW is a customer service representative calling you saying you need to pay now or you'll be cut off. I want to be clear. Those are scammers. MLGW will never call you and threaten to cut you off. If you haven't paid your bill and you've been given due notice, the utilities just get cut off. We don't call and threaten you. Unfortunately, there are people who want to take advantage of customers in situations like this. So the notification you'll get will be typically through your My account. You'll get a mail payment saying you're subject to cutoff. You'll get a text reminder or an email saying your bill is due, but you will not get a human being from MLGW calling to threaten you with cutoff unless you pay today. That is a scam. So hopefully that's clear, Chairwoman.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you
Chair.
for that. Anyone else? Okay, so with that, the MLGW fiscal consent agenda will go downstairs with a positive recommendation. Is there any other business that is to come before this committee? Seeing there is none, we are adjourned.
Stream.
This is Councilwoman Jerry Green. I hereby call the Economic Development and Tourism Committee to order. We have one item today that is our quarterly presentation from Dr. Massey with EDGE, all council districts requested by me. Ms. Massey, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. So good morning, everyone. Joanne Massey, President, CEO of EDGE. And I want to thank the council members for the opportunity to provide EDGE's quarterly update today. Today, I'll focus on the outcomes, accountability, and what EDGE is doing right now to grow family sustainable jobs and investment in Memphis and Shelby County. Next slide. So EDGE's work is organized around 3 pillars, and I believe the council has seen this before, but I just wanted to share it one more time. And those 3 pillars are business retention, expansion, and recruitment, as well as our business climate, competitive positioning, and community outreach. I'll briefly walk through each pillar and connect it to our measurable results from our fiscal year 24-25 annual report that was provided to council. You should have received that by email. Next slide. So the first pillar is business retention, expansion, and recruitment. And this pillar is about keeping and growing existing employers while also recruiting new investment into Memphis. In fiscal year 2025, EDGE supported 752 jobs created with an average annual wage had a little cold, of $74,984 and generated over $1.1 billion in capital investment across Shelby County. These are tangible outcomes tied directly to projects EDGE supported. Next slide. We also work to ensure Memphis remains competitive. That means identifying programs and process improvements, aligning our partners like the State of Tennessee Economic and Community Development, the Greater Memphis Chamber, and supporting startups and entrepreneurship. Competitiveness comes down to whether we can respond quickly to opportunities, deliver shovel-ready sites, and use incentive tools responsibly to keep Memphis in the game. This is where EDGE helps build a stronger pipeline, so we are not just reacting, but positioning Memphis for the next wave of opportunity. Next slide. So economic development, we believe, has to be transparent. It has to be community connected and responsive to the needs of the community. EDGE has over the years increased our community education, strengthening our partnerships through sponsorships and collaboration, and creating more opportunities for staff engagement and volunteerism. As an example, each month, our staff is committed as part of our professional development in volunteering 10 hours a month to junior achievement, going out to the different schools and helping the kids understand about careers, both in economic development, as well just in general, those careers that our staff are familiar with. And this is how we make sure economic development is not just happening to communities, but with them. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you, Summer. EDGE's overall goal is to continue serving in a prominent leadership role as the lead public economic development agency for Memphis and Shelby County. We measure performance through jobs created, capital investment, business development activity, again, our community outreach, and job availability indicators. We track those outcomes because accountability is essential when public incentives are involved, and I know you all agree. Next slide. So success means measurable impact that delivers value to the community through those things that I just mentioned. And in our FY 24-25 document that you should have also received, which is the performance document, EDGE generated $70 million $70,000 to local small businesses spending. No, I'm sorry, it's 70 million. Local small biz spending and 61 million in projected tax revenue. Those numbers reflect what success looks like with private investment leverage, local business participating, and public benefit generated. Next slide. So each year, EDGE does what's called an annual report performance evaluation. And in that evaluation, we request information from our companies. We do over 30 site visits where we actually go out and meet with the companies on their site. And we do somewhat of an audit where we'll ask them information about their receipts, what they show they spent, their employees, and we don't capture this information and take it with us because obviously, you know, there's FOIA requests and not really sharing the business's operational and portfolio information, but we do look at it on site. And so this document here, and I'm going to go through real quickly, is the pilot's performance for FY 24-25. So next slide. So in 24-25, EDGE approved 6 pilot projects resulting in 647 jobs with a 1.1 billion in capital investment and average annual wage, as I mentioned, of 74,000. When you look at this chart here, you can see in almost every category, the businesses have overachieved what they committed in jobs and capital investment and so forth. And so I think that's just very important for the council to see. One other important factor, EDGE has 89 active pilot projects. The trustee and the assessor, they report the pilots by contracts. So you'll see a number that says that EDGE has 239 pilots, but that's pilot contracts. And you can see that I also sent the link to the council for the trustees report. So as we're reporting these projects, we are reporting by company, but those contracts are a part of state legislation that requires a company who's receiving abatement to basically allow EDGE as the entity to take a lien on the property, both real and personal. Next slide. So this is just a visual demonstration of the companies that overperformed or what achieved overperformance for their jobs. Next slide. For wages. Next slide. And so there is accountability with the pilots, as I said, and it's really critical and a priority for EDGE. And so here you see that 7 pilots were either rescored or reduced or terminated. A lot of times when companies know that they're not going to be able to perform, we work with them to terminate them out of the program. So there are no companies that are just sitting on the pilot roles and not performing, not providing the jobs and capital investment they say they will. Next slide. So small business is important to our community. Next slide. And neighborhood revitalization is a major priority for EDGE. What you see here is basically across Shelby County. We work within the new market tax credit areas. I've worked with a lot of the council to help your constituents in your communities. And so what you see here is just a visual of how EDGE has helped small businesses across the county. Next slide. And then you see the zip codes here. 75 businesses have been helped with this program with 16 unique zip codes. Next slide. And then you see the types of businesses, I believe that, yeah, types of businesses here, as well as the zip code breakdown of that. So right now, we have 48 businesses that are actively under loan obligations, and they are open, and all we ask is that they stay open, they hire, as they say they are going to hire for at least 3 years, and then the loan is forgiven. Next slide. So as I wrap up, we talked about community engagement. This is just some visuals. Summer, we can just kind of go through them. These are just some visuals of our community engagement. Each and every pilot, small business, corporation, individual that we help in the community, we take great pride in knowing that their contribution is a contribution to the economic vitality of our community. Next slide. And you may even see yourself in some of these pictures. All right, next slide. I think we should be to the end. And we like to take pictures, as you can tell. We try to stay engaged on social media and communicating with our communities. Next slide. Is that it?
That was the last slide.
All right. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So before I close, I just want to highlight also, along with EDGE, we have the Port of Memphis. It's one of our most important strategic assets. The Port of Memphis is the second largest inland port on the shallow draft portion of the Mississippi River and the 6th largest in the United States. During the FY 24-25, the port acquired 46 acres, which was the former Navy property, and we continue to recruit that out. We had a $6 million roadway improvement project that was completed on President's Island with the city and state support. And all of this work is really done with the strong stewardship of my colleague, Randy Richardson, who is the executive director of the port. A lot of you have met Randy before. And if we were in person, I would have taken a personal privilege to ask him to stand and give him a hand clap. But just know that Randy and his team do a lot of great work down there. And I know they work with a lot of our city partners as well. So in closing, for EDGE's FY 24-25 outcomes, they really show strong job creation, investment in neighborhood impact while maintaining performance oversight. So thank you, Council, for your partnership, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Massey. And I'll echo what you said about Randy and the port. He gave me a really great tour not too long ago, and I highly recommend that everybody go out there and take a tour and see what all they have going on. I see Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the queue. Before I do that, if you haven't, I kind of messed up and did not ask everybody to say their roll call. If you'll just mark present in the chat, I'll really appreciate it. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Green. Thank you, Joanne, for your presentation. And I have just a few questions, because when I look at where we are, that we have employed fewer residents today that we had back in, when you sent the presentation last night or when I got it. When I see that we've employed fewer residents today than we've had back in 2009 and 2010, what I'm asking is, and I don't want to be known as the negative person, because I'm just learning about all of this, especially EDGE and what you actually do and how committed we are to our constituents and our neighborhoods and the businesses here. And I did think I heard you say that you've committed almost $70,000 to the small businesses. Was that correct?
Well, actually, it was 70 million generated by the small businesses through the support. So 70 million generated. That was my mistake.
Okay, I just, because that number sounded, gave me, yeah. When you said 70,
no, me too. That's why I had to correct myself. Yeah. Absolutely. Sorry, I got a little cold here.
That's okay. And we know for decades that we watched jobs decline here, you know, while, and I'm just going to say it, and if I stand to be corrected, I can be corrected, but I'm doing my research and looking at my data, because when we look at what we are really dealing with here, the corporate tax breaks have expanded. Am I correct?
No, ma'am. I can explain if you would like.
Yes, please
or
do.
if you want to finish. Okay. So I think so the corporate tax breaks that you're talking about, there are various ones, but I'll speak to the pilots. We have had less pilots than we had back in 2009 and 10. That was a different era in our economy nationwide. And so what happens when the economy in the nation changes, Memphis, for many reasons, is usually kind of on the tail end of that. So hands down, we have had less pilots than we've had in the past. So that's the first response. The second response about the number of jobs, I know that this council knows that, you know, when you look at West Memphis, DeSoto County, our suburban communities and others, we're looking at it from a regional aspect, because our neighbors work down in DeSoto County. So all the jobs aren't necessarily located in Memphis, but there are an abundance of jobs that are unfilled. And one of the focuses that myself, our partners, again, I know the city administration is focusing on is retraining and training up people to be able to take those jobs of the future, take those jobs that are not even really future, but now. And so there are many, many jobs available. We just need to get people trained and get them access to it. So one of the things that Edge has committed to do alongside of our partners, like the Chamber, who heads up and is the fiscal agent and administrator for the workforce programs, is to work with them to help get the information out to constituents, to help companies identify Memphians that they can hire. So it's very complex, but I don't, when you talk about less, if you talk about the city of Memphis proper and not the region, you're missing the opportunities that our citizens are actually available to them and they're actually taking advantage of.
So how do we get that out there? I hear this over and over and over and over and over again. The jobs are there and our constituents are not trained. There's so many organizations that are out there that are doing, there's a gap somewhere. Something is missing. And if we keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, and I keep hearing the same thing and nothing directed to you because you do an amazing job. You know that I know you, I know the work that you do and the hard work that you do. I understand that. But what I cannot do is continue to know what I know and see what I see and commend and know that I have 3 to 4 different men and women that are looking for jobs. And we have not yet their skill set. I think I wrote something down that you said, training them and getting them prepared and preparation for what this future is going to look like or what it's looking like. And we have all these people and all these companies that you just said, they're needing them. So how do we prepare? What do we do different? Because whatever we're doing or have been doing, we're getting the same results. And I know that you're out there in the communities. I've been to your meetings, and I see you out there. But how do we get in the trenches? How do we get with a Memphis Lift that is about to do a job fair because of Amazon, because of Nike, and because of UPS? The biggest thing that I have and that is yearning down on the inside of me is just a thing that the old people where I come from the South would say. How can I eat and knowing that my brother isn't eating? How can I be successful in knowing that I have not set up or done something where they can be successful? And I get all kind of emails, and I know we have a 13 body, and maybe some of my council members, I don't know, I can't speak for them, but it has become overwhelming, the people that are in desperate need here. And I hear what you're saying, but we're not reaching. And your presentation, and all of that. And I just cannot go into 2026 knowing what we're coming up against and what we're seeing and all these job losses. And so what's going to happen? We got 600 people are losing their jobs. And I'm praying that they can get a good compensation package before reality actually sets in, that this is happening and this has happened. I've been there before. I've been there where I didn't have a job. I've been, if you don't know me, I've been in a very bad predicament and it doesn't feel good. But to hear that you said that the jobs are out there and we can't fill them, that is disturbing to me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Well, what I'll say, Councilwoman, that I've been saying since I did come into this role, and it's whether it's the workforce side, the economic development side, or small businesses, we as a community must work together. You are absolutely 100% right in that there are so many agencies and organizations that are doing the work, but I think that one of the important things is to just bring everybody together on one accord, to make sure everyone has the information to share. And I'll just,
we need to be ordering.
I'll just
Chairwoman, your mic's on. You might want to mute.
I'll just I'll just say, it's old school to the new school, whether it's passing out flyers in the churches to the grandmas and the aunties and, the teachers in the schools, and then also the social media and blasts. All those things are really happening. I commend Memphis Lift for what they're doing because they're reaching the people that they touch every day. And again, I think those are the important aspects. They're happening. It's just compounding them so that they can be visible to everyone. And then again, just really calling everyone to put in the work and do it.
So thank
That's
you. And
that's my answer.
that's your answer. So, thank you for for that. Thank you for all the hard work that you are doing and you all are trying to do. But I do know this, and I'm gonna close with this, that I know that we cannot run a 2026 budget with a 2020 size workforce and a 2020 size tax base, and the math just is not working, and the public is paying the price. So thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I have Councilwoman Pearl Walker in the queue. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Massey, thank you for coming out today. I enjoyed your presentation, and every time I hear from you, I learn something else about what all you do. So I do appreciate that as well. And most importantly, thank you so much for your community engagement. I judge that it is impactful and making a difference. And with that, I yield the floor.
All right. I don't see anyone else in the queue. I'll give it a second in case anybody wants to get in. All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Massey, for that report. And seeing nobody else in the queue, we are going to close this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Thank you so much.
I just want y'all to know why nobody on camera but me. Somebody join me. Dr. Warren. There we go. Thank you. I appreciate your service, sir.
All right, this is Councilman Ford. I'm present here.
Thank you, Councilman.
Good afternoon.
Appreciate it.
Good
I'm gonna
afternoon,
put
y'all.
myself on mute. Okay, but I'm here.
Thank you,
Councilman
Councilman Ford. We'll
Canale,
mark
you
you
here?
down when we get to the roll.
All
We are live, Councilman Smile, if you want to call your meeting to order.
Thank you, Chief Hyman, the best chief administrative officer, I think that's your title, of the Memphis City Council has ever had. Ms. Keaton, it is 1 p.m., 1:01, and I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee to order. Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Ford,
She's trying.
Ford present.
Councilwoman. All right, present. Yeah,
okay, I got you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Green,
Present.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present?
Councilwoman Walker,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Councilwoman White, Chair Smiley.
All right, we have 4 items on the agenda. I will take a point of personal privilege to say I hope we never have to do virtual meetings again. But item number 1, a resolution to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $2,119,055.40 from drainage ST cover line. Spinoza is here. Project number ST03205 to Morningside Drain Improvement Project number ST02032 to fund project expense increase for upgrades to the drainage system in Morningside Place Neighborhood District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Moved by Warren,
Second.
seconded by, I think, Spinoza and Chairwoman JSW. The administration seems to roll. Brevity will be great, but the floor is yours, Director Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Morgan, 125 North Main, Public Works Director. So this is a project for additional funds for the Morningside drainage improvements. This is along East Parkway. It ties some drainage improvements into Monroe. This body acted on a resolution September 9th, 2025 that passed the original amount of $3,025,368.50. While after that was approved and gone through the full process, we started the contract process with the awarded contractor, and he withdrew his bid October 31st, 2025, which is an option in the bid bond agreement. So since that contractor withdrew the bid, we rebid the project December 12th, and the new low bid is $5,144,424. So we're requesting the additional funding for this project. And the total amount is WIFIA loan funded, which is our stormwater WIFIA loan, Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act.
Director Morgan, seems like he just significantly underbid it, and then he realized that he was like, yep, I'm out.
That is a possibility, yes, sir. So
Yeah.
he withdrew it. So maybe that prevented a bunch of change orders, to come throughout the project.
Okay, cool. We need the work done. All right. Any questions from council members? Because I don't know how to check. I'm just gonna assume there's none. This is needed work. All those. Do we have all those in favor? Or is it a roll call
Aye.
vote?
I did have a
Aye.
question. well, this here computer of mine, I don't even know what to do. What is
Listen,
the
I don't know
freaking
how to
mute
check
button?
it anyway. So listen.
I'm monitoring the
Go
chat, Councilman
open up the chat, Mr. Chair. Open the chat. It's
Yeah,
up
no
at the
one's
top.
there. All I see
And
is
if you see
Spinoza
it there,
saying he
you can
was here.
see Spinoza's in the queue.
No, he
and
just
I don't,
said here.
here, okay. Like she
Yeah,
didn't
no
go in the
one's
queue.
in
You
the
gotta
chat.
open the chat.
Okay, chat's open, but no one's in the chat. Cooper, so you want to say something? Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Once again, I've been having a problem trying to log in and on. Did I hear, and I just want to mistakenly that did I hear, or you can correct me, that we had to pay for the contract being canceled?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. All right. I don't know what I'm hearing, but thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. Whew.
Look, that's how I feel every time I got to log on to the virtual meetings. But it seems that all hearts and minds are clear. Let's take a vote again because I'm not sure about the last one. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
Chairman Smiley.
Hold up. We all voted. So it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Councilwoman Cooper said.
Okay, that's fine that the ayes have it. So when the contract canceled, the bid went up?
Well, so here's after listening to Director Morgan kind of talk through it. What happened? There was an initial bidding process. The person who had the low bid submitted his bid, was awarded the contract, and then pursuant to the contract, there was a timeline for him to, I guess, withdraw his bid. He withdrew his bid, and when he withdrew his bid, there's other people who sent in new bids, and the new bid that was ultimately accepted or awarded was higher than the previous bid. So based on what I can gather, it seems like he significantly low bidded the project, realized he or she realized they were over their head. I was like, yeah, we
They
didn't
couldn't
submit an
produce.
appropriate bid.
They
Yeah.
couldn't produce. They
And
couldn't
then the
produce. They
person who was
didn't have the
awarded the
applicant.
bid
Okay.
is charging more, because it seems like it's more appropriate. There's
Thank
one more
you.
question, Dr. Warren. Talk to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what this does is allows us not to have people come in and when they realize they've underbid it, they maybe made a mistake, they back out of it without us having to come in and bail them out or have them do a halfway job, and then we've got to fix it after they do it. So I think it's a safety net both for the person who did it, but also for us. So we don't end up having bad work done. Does that make sense, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, sir, Councilman, it does. And, when we receive bids, we always check, qualifications and go through the amounts on the bid form and, check with the contractor, make sure everything's good, that they didn't omit anything or errors and omissions. This one just got a little further along in the process, and before the contract was executed, he withdrew that contract, and then we had to rebid it like was stated. But that's correct.
Are we good, Doc?
I'm
Yeah.
good, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you all. I'm gonna try to get into this agenda. Okay, cool. That item was already approved. We're gonna go on to the second item. The second item is a resolution amending the FY26 CIP budget by accepting additional federal grant funding from the Tennessee Department of Transportation and appropriating $390,279.33 to initiate construction on the Hanley Elementary School Pedestrian Safety Enhancement Project EN 01065, District 4. I heard they get more in District 4. Super District 8. Sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Warren.
Second.
Second by, I think, JSW. If not, blame Meredith. With that, the floor is yours. I don't know who's speaking on this item from the administration.
Yeah, good afternoon, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering.
Man, I don't even see you. There you go, Manny.
Okay, so the resolution is simply to accept additional grant fund from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, roughly about $390,000. The funds are going to be used to improve pedestrian safety improvements along the Hanley Elementary School. That includes installation of new sidewalks, some high visibility crosswalks, and some new signages along that elementary school. So with that, we ask for your approval.
Thank you. That is extremely important information. Other important information in Memphis. We just traded Jaron Jackson.
I'd like to vote nay on that.
Listen, me too, because that's absolutely why did we trade him? I'm sorry, I'm back on track. All those in favor of what Director Malin was talking about, signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. And you said for 4 first round picks, for 3 first round picks. So we just going in our rebuild mode. So I guess John's next. Lord Jesus.
Mm.
Okay.
I read 13 first round picks.
Yeah, I doubt anybody can trade for 13.
Of course.
What'd you say?
I think he said he put, Dr. Warren said he read 13 first round picks.
Ain't no way. Okay,
There's
we
no
can
way.
talk about this in a minute. Jesus Christ. Why did we trade him?
Oh, you think we should do a resolution or something? You think that'll stop it?
Resolution
I'm kidding,
opposing
JP,
might as well, because at this point, everything's out of here. All right. Item number 3.
Well, it does
A
make
resol-
sense to have it in Public Works, right?
Yeah. So we're gonna call President Wexler and tell him to come before the Public Works Committee and talk about why he's trading Jaron Jackson. All right, okay, I'm back. 3. A resolution amending the FY26 CIP budget by transferring and appropriating funds from architecture and engineering to contract construction in the amount of $165,692.72 to initiate construction on the STP pedestrian routes project EN 01036 District 1, 4, 5, and 7, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
JSW, seconded by Dr. Warren, and just a double second by Councilman Spinoza. Director Blinn, floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, sir. So this is an ask to transfer and allocate additional engineering and architectural dollars, move it to construction. And this will support some public enhancement of crosswalks and sidewalks along 3 locations. One is along Mimosa at Carpenter Street. The other is Kimball Avenue near Sim Street, and the last is Range Line Road at Foreman Avenue. Again, this is intended to do some pedestrian improvements, some enhancement of crosswalks and sidewalks. And with that, we ask for your approval.
All right, any questions by this body? All right, depends that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor of? All those in
Aye.
favor? Okay, any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
So 1 opposed, or is that aye mean you were for it or against it?
I am for it. Thank
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. It's opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 4, we might have a special add-on item saying stop trading people. Item number 4, a resolution approving the transfer of 15 city-owned vacant parcels to the Mo-to-Own program District 3, 4, 6, and 7. Super District 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
So
Is this
moved.
Osborne? Moved by Dr.
Second.
Warren, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Who's speaking on this item? Mr. Osborne.
Miss Willie Alexander is going to speak on this
Ms.
item.
Alexander, how are you? Mr. Osborne just putting us down, y'all.
Looks like she's having some technical difficulties.
Okay. We can be patient.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't take my mic off. I'm just talking away with my mic. I'm sorry. We're ready. I'm Willie Alexander, City of Memphis Real Estate Office, 125 North Main.
Hey, Ms.
This is
Alexander.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. Okay, go ahead.
Good. This is a resolution requesting the transfer of 15 city-owned parcels, their vacant lots, to adjacent property owners per the Motor Own program. All the applicants have completed their MOU. They've done the application, paid their $175, and we're asking for the council to approve to move these properties to the to own program.
All right, any questions by this body? Yeah, I think the Mow to Own program is great. It encourages people to keep up the areas around them. So great. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. And with that, I think this concludes this committee. So this committee stands adjourned. Do I recess or adjourn? I think adjourn.
You can adjourn. John,
Tell me when we're ready to roll. It is 1:24 p.m. and I call the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee to order. Ms. Keaton, always trusted. You know what to do.
Councilman Canali. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Green.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present, didn't have to go.
Councilwoman White. Chair Smiley.
We are
Sorry, Spinoza's here.
Matt's
Spinoza's
present.
here. Sorry.
Matt, you want to run this? Oh, this is. I thought you were still over personnel. Lord help us. We have 3 items on the agenda today. Item number 1, Memphis Light Gas Water, the reappointment of Ms. Cheryl Peace. I guess we're removing all the requests for the same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion to second?
Second.
Second.
Moved by, I have no idea. Seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Who moved it?
Jana.
Green.
Green and Jana moved it. Seconded by
Spinoza.
Walker.
All right, yeah. Seconded by Spinoza and Walker. Cool. All right, Ms. Cheryl, you here?
I am. Good afternoon.
Just introduce yourself and tell us why you want to be reappointed to this board.
Yes. Cheryl Pesci, 5460 Urban Park Cove, Memphis 38119. I love this work. We had our hands full during my first course of work, my first appointment, and now I look at what we've done, building in resiliency and reliability. As we sit here talking, it's proven. It's really a great day to be reappointed after the past week.
Hey, Ms. Cheryl.
Yes.
I'm sorry to cut you off. One of the council members asked, could you turn your mic on?
She called in. She called in via phone.
Okay, she called in via phone. Well, could you do us a favor? I think at the next council meeting, can you come in and just introduce yourself to the council members? I'm assuming the council approves you today. It's not with same 9 minutes, so I think it'll probably serve you well to just stop by in and greet the council members. Can you do that?
Absolutely. I was ready to come in today until things were changed. So
no, we need you healthy, so we can keep building resiliency. I'm sorry I cut you off because I saw you have anything else to offer?
No, just looking forward to continuing the work that we've put in place. It's a wonderful time to be a part of MLGW, and I look forward to serving. I hope you will approve me to serve another term. Thank you.
Okay. So council member, she comes to council quite a bit. So I've seen her several times. I believe
Yes.
many of you have as well. But and it doesn't just go for you. Any of the other appointees, if the council approves today, I think it'll behoove you to just come by in and to the next council member and say something. We have couple questions. I'm assuming this is now a couple questions from the council.
Yes, sir.
First up is Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yes,
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I want to say thank you. All the hard work that you've done, Miss Cheryl. It was a pleasure meeting you over a year ago. You coming and introducing yourself and showing up at the council committee meetings, and it was a pleasure just learning all about you feeling comfortable enough to share some things with me. You were new, I was new, and so thank you so much for all the work that you are doing and have done. When I come to the MLGNW board, it's a pleasure to see you sitting there, as always, and you always have amazing questions and concerns that is so abroad about everything. So thank you, and I support your reappointment because I've seen you in action, and you you're good. Good isn't the word, but it very impressive. I'm impressed by you. Very impressive. So thank you for all the hard work you've done, Miss Cheryl. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I really appreciate that. I really do. And it's good to see you come to our board meetings. It's always good to see you. Thank you for finding the time.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Chairman Smiley. Just wanted to say hello to Ms. Pesci and let the body know I fully support her reappointment as well. I'm not going to go into make it a super long love story, but the facts are that I was able to work with her the past 2 years, and it's been a pleasure to work with her and see her in action. And I fully support her reappointment. She's been a part of all the great things happening over there. We've all seen a lot of boards do a lot of different things, and the MLGW board's just been fantastic, and I'm grateful for that, and I know everybody else is too. So thank you, Cheryl. I fully support you, and hopefully the body will fully support you today as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. No, thank you.
All right, thank you,
It's always
Councilman
good-
Spinoza. Yes, ma'am.
I was just saying, it's always good to see Councilman Spinoza. I make everybody recognize him when he walks in the room. Yes.
All right, Councilwoman Pearl Walker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Commissioner Pesci. I'm glad that you
Council.
could join us today. And you said that you love the work, and you really and truly love the work, and I appreciate that about you. I'm just looking forward to this next chapter for you. I know you're going to continue to bring the love, the interest, the expertise, and now this experience from having serving a term already, and I'm just looking forward to your continued contribution and your presence. Make sure that we have a female on the board, and that's important as well. Thank you again, and best wishes to you. Thank you, Mr.
appreciate
Chair.
Pearl
You're
Walker.
welcome.
Thank you. It's always good to see you as well. I just saw you at our last meeting. You're always there. You try and blend in, but we do see you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Doesn't appear to be any. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Congratulations, Ms. Pesci. See you whenever the next meeting is.
I'll put it on my calendar to come in and make sure I reintroduce myself to anyone and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cheryl. All right.
Thank you.
Item number 2. The appointment of Brian Waldron, Stormwater Board. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Moved by
Second.
Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Senator Washington. Mr. Brian, are you here?
Yes.
Brian, go ahead, introduce yourself and tell us why you want to be a part of this board.
Sure.
Cheryl Pesci
is now exiting.
Brian Waldron, 9063 South Wilderwood Lane, Memphis, Tennessee, 38016. I have been working with the city of Memphis through the University of Memphis for years, since about 2007, on a variety of work topics, mainly mapping. Part of that was stormwater. And I think a lot of the work that we do at the university for the city is applied. So it has direct impact to the citizens. And we like that, and the students like that a lot. It's not normal. Normally we're hypotheses and theory, but we actually apply things to people's lives. And I think that's a great service, and I am just very happy to, serve Memphis in this other capacity.
All right, thank you for your service. Any questions by the council members? Going once. All right, so gone. Any all those in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Congratulations. Hopefully see you at the next council meeting if you can make it. And
Sounds good.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Item number 3. It's 2 appointments. Three appointments. Appointment to the Memphis Board of Ethics. Appointment of Nicholas Thompson. There's the reappointment of Scott McCormick, and there's the appointment of James Crone. First up,
So moved.
Nicholas Thompson. I think we know this guy.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Thompson, 90 Harbortown Square, 38103. As Councilman Smiley stated, I must admit that it feels a bit different being before you today rather than sitting.
Hold on, Nicholas. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, Mr. Thompson. Am I supposed to move this? I don't think I moved it.
I moved it.
Okay.
Need a
All right,
second.
cool. Did I get a second? Did I get one?
Second.
Second.
All right.
Easter time.
Got it. All right, go ahead, Mr. Thompson. I'm trying to make sure it's recorded appropriately.
Absolutely. Again, good afternoon, Nicholas Thompson, 90 Harbortown Square, 38103. As I shared before, it feels a bit funny being in front of you today instead of being behind you, supporting you as one of your legislative analysts. Today, I'm asking for your vote because I understand both the responsibility of serving on the Board of Ethics and how to carry it out with integrity and respect. I am grateful for the opportunity and I appreciate your consideration.
Any question from Mr. Thompson? I think we know him well and his work ethic. Any questions? Going once? All right, go. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those are very
Aye.
enthusiastic.
Aye.
Aye.
Of course,
All
from
right.
Cooper Sutton.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Mr. Thompson, it'd be great to see you in person again. So hopefully you can show up to the next council meeting. The next appointment is, I think I read it already. Click back into it.
It's going to be just one reappointment. Mr. Crone is unable to attend today, so it'll only be
What about
the
Mr.
appointment of
McCormick?
Scott McCormick. Yes, Mr. McCormick, are you online? Well, we
Mr.
will hold both
McCormick,
of
are you here?
those.
Mr. McCormick, are you with us? All right, we're gonna hold those last two since we haven't heard from either until the next council meeting. And with that, we stand adjourned.
The February 3rd, 2026 executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Councilman Canali, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton,
Present.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilwoman Green,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
You know I'm here.
Councilman Spinoza,
Here.
Councilwoman Walker,
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren,
Present.
Councilwoman White, and Chair Swinnerton Washington.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. We have two items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a resolution to approve and ratify the chairperson's decision to conduct the February 3rd, 2026 council meeting remotely, all council districts, sponsored by Vice Chairman Carlisle with same night minutes. Council members, if you would please enter the queue in the chat if you would like to be recognized after the update. Can I get a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Brianna, if you would please give us an update, the floor is yours. Attorney Owens, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Chairwoman. So similar to last meeting, since we're still under the executive order due to the conditions of the weather, the chairperson in her discretion can elect to have the meeting remotely. And this is just a resolution of the body to approve and ratify her decision to do so.
Do any members have any questions? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any, all those opposed, say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. That motion passes. Item number 2 is a resolution to allocate $8,000 in FY26 Council Community Grant Program funds, all council districts. This is sponsored by Councilman Smiley. Can I get a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Dr. Warren. It has been seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Smiley, the floor is yours. Is he here? Councilman Smiley.
He's on mute if he is here.
I'm here. I was grabbing something to drink.
Okay, the floor is yours regarding your
Resolution.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this is a resolution to allocate, I think, almost all of the remaining funds for grant funds. There's three organizations, the very organizations. So I just ask for your support.
Okay. Do any members have any questions regarding this item? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed
Aye.
say nay. Say nay. Those opposed. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
Thank
That
you all
brings
so
us-
much.
All right. That brings us to our add-on items, which are items number 16, number 17, and 18. Item number 16 is a resolution amending the FY26 CIP budget by accepting additional federal grant funding from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, TDOT, and appropriating $390,279.33 to initiate construction on the Handley Elementary School Pedestrian Safety Enhancement Project, EN 01065, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes. Item number 17 is a resolution amending the FY26 CIP budget by transferring appropriated funds from architecture and engineering to contract construction in the amount of $165,692.72 to initiate construction on the STP Pedestrian Routes Project EN 01036, Districts 1, 4, 5, and 7, Super District 9. This is sponsored by the administration, and there's a request for same night minutes. Item number 18 is a resolution to approve and ratify the chairperson's decision to conduct the February 3rd, 2026 council meeting remotely, all council districts, and this is sponsored by Vice Chairman Carlisle for same night minutes. So the same night minute items are items number 16, 17, and 18. Item 1 will be held until March 3rd, 2026. Items 2, 3, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 will be held until February 24th, 2026. Does any member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed? If not, we will stand adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jonathan, you can end the streaming.